Mr. Chair?
Welcome, everybody.
Mr. Chair?
P.S. Bendayan.
Thank you,
Just
Mr.
P.S.
Chair.
Bendayan, and I apologize. Yeah, just as we get started here, I will recognize you, P.S. Bendayan. We just had some historic legislation tabled in the House, and I apologize for being late. It was around replacement workers, and it's a good day for the workers of Canada. Anyway, on that, let's get into this meeting.
Oh, I'm glad to see nobody took your spot while you were at the Andy Scab.
Yeah. We don't want that. We don't want any replacements coming in here, right? Okay, exactly. So, and P.S. Bendayan, I'll get to you. So I call this meeting in order. I know our witnesses are waiting, and we have excellent witnesses. Welcome to meeting number 115 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance. Pursuant to Standing Order 108(2) and the motion adopted by the committee on Thursday, September 21st, 2023, the committee is resuming its study of policy decisions and market forces that have led to increases in the cost of buying or renting a home in Canada. Today's meeting is taking place in a hybrid format. Pursuant to the standing orders, members are attending in person in the room and remotely using the Zoom application. I'd like to make a few comments for the benefits of the witnesses and the members. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For those participating by video conference, click on the microphone icon to activate your mic, and please mute yourself when you are not speaking. Interpretation for those on Zoom. You have the choice at the bottom of your screen of either Floor, English, or French. For those in the room, you can use the earpiece and select the desired channel. Although this room is equipped with powerful audio system, feedback events can occur. These can be extremely harmful to interpreters and cause serious injuries. The most common cause of sound feedback is an earpiece worn too close to the microphone. We therefore ask all participants to exercise a high degree of caution when handling the earpieces, especially when your microphone or your neighbor's microphone is turned on. In order to prevent incidents and safeguard the hearing and health of the interpreters, I invite participants to ensure that they speak into the microphone into which their headset is plugged in, and to avoid manipulating the earbuds by placing them on the table away from the microphone when they are not in use. A reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. For members in the room, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand. For members on Zoom, please use the raised hand function. The clerk and I will manage the speaking order as best we can, and we appreciate your patience and understanding in this regard. In accordance with the committee's routine motion concerning connection tests for the witnesses, I'm informed everybody's good. Yep, okay. I'm informed by the clerk that all witnesses have completed the required connection tests in advance of the meeting. And just as we go into the witnesses, I had P.S. Bendayan. You had
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. At our last meeting, we adjourned on the motion that we had before us. I am, of course, very aware that the witnesses have come here to provide important testimony, and I look forward to getting to that testimony. But, Mr. Chair, following discussions with members, I understand that there are a majority of the members that would like to get back to that motion and have it voted on today. Mr. Chair, I am therefore moving that the chair of the committee immediately report to the House that the committee 1, celebrates the Canada Pension Plan as the foundation of a secure and dignified retirement for tens of millions of Canadians and a pillar of Canada's economy. 2, recognizes the important contribution of the Quebec Pension Plan, which was established independently at the same time as the Canada Pension Plan. And 3, stands with the majority of Albertans who are opposed to Premier Danielle Smith's dangerous plan to withdraw from the Canada Pension Plan that threatens the pensions of millions of seniors and hardworking Canadians from coast to coast. Mr. Chair, I trust that we can get to a vote on this quickly in order to hear from our witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you, P.S. Bendayan. I do have MP Blakey's hand is up. MP Sainte-Marie, his hand's up. So
I just wonder...
and MP Lawrence's hand is up, too.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to get back to debate on this. I think it's an important motion. But I wonder if we might be able to have unanimous consent just to let our witnesses do their opening statements, or even have the first 6 minutes for each party of questions, so that witnesses don't feel put out by having come. And like, I respect the business of the committee, I respect the motion, but this might be a way just to kind of ensure that witnesses have the opportunity to participate, notwithstanding the other important business before the committee.
Blakey, and I look to PS Bendayan and others too, if we do have UC for this? Yes, we do have UC. Okay, so thank you for that, and we will get to our expert witnesses right now. So with us today, we have the Association des professionnels de la construction et de la habitation du Québec, and we have the Vice-Président Développement Stratégique.
Vice President of Strategic Development, Public Affairs and Innovation, Isabelle Desmarais.
And from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, Vice President of National Affairs, Jasmine Gwinnett is joined us, as well as the Director of National Affairs, Christina Santini. From the Canadian Union of Public Employees, Senior Officer for Human Rights, Adita Rao. And also joining Adita Rao is Senior Research Officer Emily Niles. From Dream Unlimited Corporation, we have the Chief Responsible Officer, Michael Cooper, is with us today. From IceCap Asset Management Limited, the Chief Investment Officer, Keith Dicker. And from Kindred Works, we've got the Chief Executive Officer, Tim Blair. We will start with the Association des professionnels de la construction de l'habitation du Québec, please, for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président, très bien.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, we'd like to thank you for welcoming us to the Standing Committee on Finance today to study the public policy decisions and market forces that have led to the soaring costs of buying or renting a home in Canada. The Association des professionnels de la construction et de l'habitation du Québec is a private non-profit organization bringing together over 20,000 companies in 13 regional associations. It specializes in housing and renovation, and since 1995 has represented employers with a mandate to negotiate collective agreements on behalf of 16,000 residential employers. The association's mission is to be a unifying force for change to help Quebec society by representing and supporting professionals in the sector. Our 20,000 members, through their activities, contribute to the province's economic and social development by providing housing for Quebecers. We represent an economic weight of $45.6 billion, as well as 270,000 direct and indirect jobs. 70% of our members work in renovation and 30% in new construction. Our members work mainly in the residential sector. Since the early 2000s, the property market has been in a state of great disequilibrium. The resale market favors sellers. Property prices have quadrupled, and affordability is at its lowest in 30 years. The rate of home ownership is falling in Quebec for the first time in its history, and it is mainly young people who are suffering. Quebec lags far behind the rest of Canada. Home ownership in Quebec is at 59.9% compared to 66.5% for Canada as a whole. We are collectively creating the first generation that will not be able to own their own home. Given the impact of home ownership on household wealth, this is very worrying. At the same time, the vacancy rate for rental housing is below the equilibrium threshold of 3% province-wide, falling from 2.5% in 2000 to 1.7% in 2022. This is creating strong upward pressure on rents because there is not enough supply, a perfect storm. Let's look at the causes for this. The problem is structural. Over the past few decades, supply has not kept pace with demand where new homes are concerned. We have been underbuilding in Quebec for years. By 2023, housing starts will have fallen by about 37%. The meteoric rise in construction costs and more recently the soaring cost of financing mean that many property projects are put on hold because they're no longer financially viable. The APCHQ is forecasting 37,000 housing starts in Quebec for 2023, a decrease of 35% with a very slight recovery of about 11% in 2024, with 41,000 starts. We are, on the whole, heading for the worst year in home construction since 2001. The APCHQ is proposing a number of measures to speed up the pace of home building. We welcome elimination of the GST on the construction of rental housing. This is very appreciated by the industry. But we also need better funding for social housing, improved and enhanced CMHC programs, and a longer maximum amortization period for the purchase of an energy-efficient new home to reduce the relative price of new homes compared with existing properties. We need to change buyer behavior while promoting energy efficiency in the housing stock. But that will not be enough. Demand will remain very strong or perhaps become even stronger. Net migration is reaching record levels. Last week, the federal government announced it was maintaining a threshold of 500,000 new arrivals by 2025, a target that will be maintained over the next few years. We need to continue taking on temporary workers in large numbers over the next few years because of labour shortages and an ageing population. We call on the federal government to spare no effort to work closely with the government of Quebec and municipalities. We need to be agile together. We need concerted, strong and targeted action from all players in the housing sector. Thank you for your attention, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Merci, Madame Demers.
Thank you, Ms. Demers.
From the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, and I understand you'll be splitting time, so Jasmine Gwinnett will be going first, and then Christina Santini after.
Bonjour, mon nom est Jasmin Guenette. Je suis le vice-président.
My name is Jasmin Guenette, and I'm Vice President of Public Affairs. I'm with Christina Santini here today. As you no doubt know, the Fédération Canadienne de l'Entreprise Indépendante represents about 97,000 builders. In the construction sector, we have over 9,000 members. I would like to thank members of the committee for this invitation. It goes without saying that most of our members support any measures that could increase housing supply for Canadians, particularly for workers. Some of our members share stories explaining how difficult it is for their employees to find accommodation close to work. For example, in large cities, some members of Parliament have told us there are issues in their constituencies. Businesses have difficulty finding workers because there is a lack of housing close to where workplaces are located. Today we're going to focus on two issues limiting the speed at which homes are built. First of all, there's a shortage of labour in the construction centre, and second, the rise in interest rates. 73% of our members in the construction sector identify skilled labour shortages as the main limitation, while 39% of our members in the construction sector identify a shortage of unskilled and semi-skilled labourers as well as being one of the main limitations for sales or production growth. Most people acknowledge that we need to build more housing and build it faster, but I would urge committee members to bear in mind that low construction rates are not attributable to a single factor. For example, burdensome complex regulations. We need to bear in mind that the labour shortage is having a tremendous impact in the construction industry. To build homes, we need all kinds of trades, painters, metalsmiths, electricians, many others. And at the moment, it's very difficult for companies to recruit and to have all the workers they need to complete contracts quickly and to get new construction projects up and running. The labour shortage has a cost. We have estimated that in the construction sector, the labour shortage corresponds to a loss of earnings of about $9.6 billion for SMEs. And in the residential construction sector alone, that loss of earnings is $1.5 billion. Obviously, building more homes is going to require more people in the trades. Another issue that limits the construction of new homes is the rise in interest rates. and I will let my colleague Christina say more about that. In a survey among our members in September, they indicated that rising interest rates were a factor. 59% of members in the construction sector said that rising interest rates were having an impact on their business. Higher interest rates mean that businesses have to pay more to borrow, and some don't necessarily have the means to borrow for construction projects or to buy equipment and machinery they need. For example, of all the sectors that our association represents, the construction sector is the fourth most affected by rising interest rates. Obviously, this is slowing down housing starts. Rising input costs and administrative delays are also significant considerations. It is crucial that the pool of available workers is increased. Immigration and training policies can play an important role. Thank you for your attention. We look forward to answering your questions.
Merci.
Thank you.
And now we will move to the Canadian Union of Public Employees. And I understand Emily Niles will be first. We'll be sharing time with Adita Rao, and which will be second.
Thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation today on such a pressing matter for workers in Canada. The Canadian Union of Public Employees is Canada's largest union with 740,000 members, including workers at publicly owned housing corporations, homeless shelters, long-term care homes, and other social and healthcare services at the front line of the housing affordability crisis. Many CUPE members are also suffering under the same crisis as wages fail to keep up with rising costs. One of the reasons the cost of buying or renting a home in Canada has increased so dramatically is because people and institutional investors have been treating housing like an investment, specifically as a means to fund retirement. Our research has found that Canada's inadequate public pension system has been a factor behind the current housing affordability crisis. To put it simply, too many people must rely on the value of their home going up, worsening affordability for future generations in order to have a dignified retirement. Retirement security in Canada was supposed to be a three-legged stool: the Canada Pension Plan, Old Age Security, and a workplace pension plan. But more than 60% of Canadians don't have a workplace pension plan, leaving the majority of workers with a very wobbly stool. One way people have been making up for this gap is by treating housing like an investment rather than a basic right. Recent surveys indicate that around 40% of Canadian homeowners are relying on the appreciation of their home to fund their retirement. And the federal government has actually promoted this view of housing. Up until a few weeks ago, the Government of Canada website dedicated to retirement planning proposed selling your current home and buying a less expensive home or getting a reverse mortgage as retirement income options. Federal tax policy has also fed into this phenomenon because equity gains in primary residences are not considered taxable income. And there's also the Home Buyers Plan program, which allows people to withdraw from their RSPs to build or buy a home. Encouraging Canadians to count on their home as an investment vehicle for retirement income is very risky. It leaves people at the mercy of the boom and bust cycle of the housing market. But it also means that homeowners can see efforts to bring down house prices as a direct threat to their retirement. This misplaced fear of falling house prices can lead homeowners to fight against more affordable housing in their neighborhoods. There's a second piece to this, and that's how workplace pension plans have fed into the financialization of rental housing as they search for the high returns for their members. More and more pension funds are investing in purpose-built rental housing in Canada, and unfortunately, the way these pension funds view housing is no different than REITs or other asset managers that seek to maximize profit. Investors profit both from value appreciation and a stable form of income in the form of tenants' rent. Investors often reposition their real estate holdings to make even more money, buying existing affordable housing, evicting tenants, and replacing with more expensive units. Our union wants our members' pension funds to achieve decent investment returns, but not at the expense of workers and the Canadian public. We implore this committee to focus on the more than 1.4 million people in core housing need, nearly 1 million of whom cannot afford monthly housing costs of more than $1,050 a month. It is these people for whom consequences of inaction is the most dire. This committee heard it from a representative from Skyline earlier in the study. The private market, by definition, will not deliver below-market affordable housing. It's against their interest to do so. So the current path is not working. Government should stop using public subsidies, financing, and foregone revenue to support for-profit investors as they build unaffordable housing. Instead, for those who are in the most need, we need direct public investment in affordable housing, which Governor Macklem has confirmed would not be inflationary spending. The committee can use today's study to refocus the national housing strategy towards social, nonprofit, and cooperative housing, investments that would actually advance the right to housing. The federal government can also use its spending power to require greater protections for tenants from the profit-seeking imperative of their financialized landlords. And for all Canadians, government should guarantee a good pension for all through Old Age Security and Canada Pension Plan, and stop encouraging Canadians to count on their home sale to pay for retirement. My colleague Adi will now add some brief additional remarks.
Merci pour faire suite au point soulevé.
Thank you for following up on what Emily has said. Our union represents international students and migrants across Canada. We are profoundly concerned by the fact that all too many people are building cause and effect links on upward pressure in homes, and temporary foreign workers and students are seen to some extent as the cause of that. That is a wrong argument that can destabilize our national consensus on immigration. Communities that are already at risk of being marginalized and are victims of the housing crisis are being told they are the cause of it.
Landlords are choosing to increase rents. Government is allowing investors to gamble with housing and push prices up. There is no peer-reviewed evidence showing a causal link between immigration and the housing crisis, but there is evidence that shows that predatory, deep-pocketed investors are relying on weak tenant protections and a virtually unregulated real estate market to inflate prices and profit from them. Merci beaucoup.
And now we will move to Dream Unlimited Corp. Michael Cooper, please.
Thank you so much for having me here and with a different point of view. My name is Michael Cooper. I'm the founder and Chief Responsible Officer of the Dream Group of Companies. Dream is a Canadian real estate company with a global reach. Over 30 years, we've been building communities across the country, across all major asset classes. We have about $24 billion of assets under management from both public shareholders as well as institutions. We've always tried to build our business to not only achieve financial returns, but also to achieve social and environmental goals. Please refer to the backgrounder for information on our impact goals and implementation. Over the last 3 decades, governments have significantly reduced their investment to create affordable housing. For many years, purpose-built rental housing for the private sector was not a viable investment, and the government wasn't doing it. CMHC projects that 5.8 million homes will be needed by 2030, with a supply gap of 3.5 million housing units. At an estimated $550,000 per unit, it's going to cost $3.2 trillion to fill that gap. I believe that one of the impediments to solving the crisis is a lack of understanding of how much capital is required to actually address it. Since 2019 in Toronto, development charges for 2-bedroom apartments have increased by 47%. Hard costs have increased by 45%, and interest rates have increased by 204%. Current uncertain markets make it very difficult to attract risk capital to build new rental housing today. These conditions affect all providers of housing, whether they're not-for-profit, governments, or private. We recognize that this is a shared problem, with each sector having different levers and roles in delivering the solutions to unlock supply across the housing continuum. This will require coordination among all levels of government and throughout all the various sectors. We have 3 thematic recommendations for your consideration today regarding capital, labor, and innovation, with a focus on capital. First, capital is required on a major scale to provide housing. With a valuable waiver of HST, we are still only able to provide a 4.5% return on total cost building housing today. Pension funds and others require a return of 5.5% or more. And this is because they can receive a 5% return by buying a Government of Canada bond, an 8% return by buying a good quality company bond, and they can get 11% and higher from all sorts of other readily available, relatively safe investments. Now, CMHC has done a lot to help solve the crisis, and they're an important partner to deliver housing. We have successfully partnered with CMHC many times. We proposed a CMHC program enhancements such as increasing the size of the RCFI program. We think that we need to have interest rates reduced to build a lot more housing. And we think that locking in the interest rate earlier in the process will allow people to have the certainty to be able to raise the capital to build more housing. The housing challenge itself is very much a math problem. Given that government can loan money to facilitate construction of purpose-built rental housing to for-profit, not-for-profit, and governments to facilitate construction of purpose-built rental, and all of the money that they lend ends up being repaid within 10 years. We recommend that the federal government consider a big and bold plan to lend money for rental housing at a large scale and provide reduced interest rates to attract capital to fill the supply gap. Today, the 10-year cost of money is about 3.7%. If CMHC were to loan money at 2%, builders from all sectors, profit and not-for-profit, could attract the equity capital to proceed to develop housing that they cannot do today. If we allocated $55 billion of loans a year, we could add another 100,000 units a year. If we did it for 10 years, it's 1 million units, and the government will get all the money back over the next 20 years. The cost of providing the discount on interest will work out to be about $35,000 a unit once, maybe 6% of the total cost. Currently, the interest rate can only be set under RCFI programs 3 days before you borrow the money. And that is too short to be able to convince investors or boards that you know what the returns are when you start spending the millions of dollars required to get RCFI financing. Like the Canadian Infrastructure Bank, they lock in the rates earlier, and I think if CMHC can provide more certainty, maybe 3 to 6 months in advance, more units will be built to create housing which had accelerated depreciation. In 5 years, 200,000 units were built. All the money gets paid back by taxes later on, but it certainly helps attract capital now. On the labor front, firstly, I want to commend the government. There's been a lot more immigrants coming in who are skilled workers since the changes in June, and that's a great thing. But we also think these are very high-paying jobs. A lot of people born in Canada should be encouraged to go into skilled labor. Colleges should be better funded. And I think we need a campaign to encourage people where the average pay is $100,000 a person, that's a good living. And as far as innovation goes, for whatever reason in Canada, the amount of time it takes to build a house is the longest in the world, and there's a lot more to be done to speed that up. And I think the time will also help reduce the cost. As a final thought, it's obvious that providing accessible, inclusive, suitable, sustainable, and affordable housing is a priority, as the economic and social well-being of our country depends on it. In order to achieve this, I think we all need to work together. Happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Cooper, and there'll be a lot of time for questions, hopefully. And now we're going to hear from IceCap Asset Management Limited. Keith Dicker, please.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak with everyone here today. So we manage investment portfolios for families right across Canada, and we also manage money for investors outside of Canada. And our focus on markets is what we will call global macro factors. What that means, if you're not familiar with that, it's really focused on the very large moving trends that affects the price of housing, such as interest rates, inflation, economic growth, monetary policy, fiscal policy, things like that. So what we tend to focus on primarily is risk first, and then we're able to anticipate where markets may or may not move. With regard to the current challenges we have here in Canada with the housing market, we tend to look at it, first of all, we have the short-term challenges and then the longer-term challenges. The short-term challenges, it's basically been brought on by a mismatch between supply and demand factors. It is our view that supply has not been able to grow as fast as it should have been, and demand has been greatly affected by the policy responses from the pandemic, from the COVID pandemic back in 2020, which includes the monetary policies from the Bank of Canada and other global central banks, as well as fiscal spending from government sides. All of this put together allowed the demand side to increase at the same time while supply was not be able to increase and grow at a normal rate. What I really want to look at next is these longer-term factors, and I think that's what's being missed in a lot of these conversations. And what I want to share with you is what may be developing And it's something that may not be expected by Canadians. And as this goes, we could be having a different conversation in a very short time frame from here. So instead of trying to increase supply for the housing market, this could very quickly flip around to a conversation about demand. What happened to demand all of a sudden? So first of all, I'd like for everyone to appreciate that all markets around the world are significantly affected by long-term interest rates. Overnight rates by central banks count, but long-term rates are even more important. Early 60s, all the way up to 1982, long-term rates using the American markets proxy went from about 5% almost up to 20%. Maybe some of your parents had a mortgage back in the early 80s at 20, 24%. You know what I'm talking about. From the early 80s all the way through all through the 80s and the 90s and the O's, long-term interest rates went from effectively 20% down to 0%. When that is happening and you overlay it with globalization, you're going to have a growing market in a lot of different industries, including the real estate world. But it also helps with the cost of funding, goes lower and lower and lower. When the American housing market broke back in 08-09, this is a critical moment that really set the stage for the growth in the Canadian housing market 25 years onward, is that interest rates should have been allowed to reset. Instead, central banks around the world, including the Bank of Canada, they anchored overnight rates at 0% or near 0%. The Europeans and Japanese went to negative overnight rates. And also a lot of the central banks, they use quantitative easing to help what we would call suppress the global yield curve, or they prevented price discovery from taking place. So then we have a full decade of lack of pricing taking place in the bond market, which means borrowing rates are kept lower and lower. And this has enabled governments and households to continue to borrow and borrow until the day comes when we're having what we're experiencing right now. So now we have 40 years of the Canadian economy has never experienced a moment with long-term rates going higher and the ability to continue to borrow at lower and lower rates. Also during this time, the Canadian economy has never experienced a national recession or an economic crisis of any kind. Alberta will experience one because they're in a cyclical industry exposed to oil, but not the rest of Canada. So what I'm sharing with you today is that we view the world now as having global risk being synchronized. So the challenge for Canada is that we do not get a soft landing. We actually have a recession that's deeper than what's being projected by a lot of economic platforms. And instead, what that's going to do is reduce employment. It's going to force or cause commercial banks to become restricted with credit and lending. It's actually going to cause mortgage rates to go even higher. And this will cause the effect of where housing prices will come down. Rental prices may come down as well. So you will get your wish, but at the same time, we're going to be facing another challenge at the exact moment when you're looking for something else. So that's my closing statement for everyone.
Well, thank you, Mr. Dicker. And now to Kindred Works. Tim Blair, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Kindred Works, we're a developer and manager that's creating a scalable systems-based solution to the housing crisis and the climate crisis. We're unlocking the potential of some of the largest urban infill land banks in the country. Our goal is to build 20,000 new rental homes over the next 15 years. We currently have 18 projects and about 3,000 units in various stages of development. It's our aim to have 1/3 of our rental homes at below market rent to meet core housing need. This is a measurement that allows housing affordability to be tailored to people's unique needs in their respective communities. We all know rents are increasing rapidly across Canada, caused by a lack of accessible, climate-friendly, affordable, purpose-built rental units to house our growing population. The issue disproportionately impacts Canada's most vulnerable populations. It's also pricing working Canadians out of the communities where their skills are needed, threatening economic growth. To provide enough housing units to accommodate individuals, families, and return housing costs to acceptable affordability, according to CMHC, we need 5.8 million new homes of all types before 2030. That's about tripling Canada's historic home building rate, and it requires trillions of dollars of investment. And we know government can't do this alone. We need to attract private capital and private investment with social responsibility. Kindred Works is a participant in the National Housing Accord, which provides a framework for industry and government to address housing affordability, particularly recognizing the need to build 2 million new rental units by 2030. A key recommendation from this framework has been adopted, namely eliminating the GST on purpose-built rentals. This will have a significant positive impact on bringing new supply forward, getting more shovels in the ground sooner. But this is offset by the higher interest rate environment, construction, and labor costs. I also want to highlight the importance of the continued availability of debt financing for new construction of rental housing. This can be supported by the federal government either through the National Housing Strategy or CMHC loan insurance programs. Ultimately, housing, and particularly rental housing, we need to think of as infrastructure. Programs such as the Rental Construction Financing Initiative, or RCFI, have a meaningful impact on incentivizing new construction by providing low interest rate loans in exchange for a percent of the units at below market rates. We see from our portfolio underwriting, when we use RCFI interest rates, we can deliver 20 to 30% of the units at below market rents that meet core housing need, particularly for moderate income working families or multi-person households who are increasingly being priced out. We also see from our experience working with nonprofits to deepen affordability, to meet low income or the very low income quartiles, all levels of government need to make substantial investment to fund these deeply affordable units. This can be done through capital grants such as the co-investment program's forgivable loans. However, the inconsistency in the program criteria and the percent of the forgivable loan limits its effectiveness. Overall, CMHC needs to do further work to streamline the approval process, and we recommend assessing affordability based on core housing need data. I also want to raise environmental standards. At Kindred Works, we're committed to creating a carbon neutral portfolio by 2030 because it's smart and necessary. However, CMHC programs and local step codes are inconsistent in their environmental requirements, and this results in undue cost and complexity. We need simple, consistent, and effective requirements such as a single bar of entry to access federal funds. In closing, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to share our perspective and ideas. The issue of housing is a shared responsibility, and we're committed to working with all levels of government and industry to tackle this crisis. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Blair, and thank you to all our witnesses for your opening remarks and witnesses, members. So there was an agreement to go to at least one round. MP Samari? Yeah.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Chairman, I think there will be a great deal to say on the motion of our colleague Rachel Bendayan, so I would seek unanimous consent so that we can have 2 rounds of questions with the witnesses before coming back to the motion. And once we do come to debating the motion, I would like us to authorize the witnesses to leave. I would seek unanimous consent for that.
Members? Yeah.
Monsieur le Président, il y avait consentement.
Mr. Chairman, there was unanimous consent for 1 round of questions.
Ce que je veux dire, c'est
one
que
round only.
1 round.
Okay. We do not have unanimous consent. So we will go to, so for the witness's sake, so we're going to go to 1 round of questions before we get back to PS Bendayan's motion. And in this round, each party will have up to 6 minutes to ask our witnesses questions. We are starting with MP Morantz for 6
Point
minutes.
of order, Mr. Chair. I was wondering.
Point of order?
I would like to bring it as a motion.
No, it's a point of order. Yeah. What's the point of order?
I'd like to bring Mr. St. Marie's to a vote there.
That was
motion to a vote.
That's not possible. The member had asked for unanimous consent and not a vote. So we're back to our first round now of questions, and MP Morantz for 6 minutes, please.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I have to say at the outset, I don't know if the Liberal members of this committee know this, but we have a housing crisis in this country, and we have a very thoughtful motion that we're dealing with, a study, on the housing crisis, and we have excellent witnesses here today, a very thoughtful study put forward by Mr. Blakey, and it's highly disrespectful to these witnesses to abridge their ability to impart us with their wisdom on this issue for really what is a partisan motion being put forward by the Liberals designed to divide Canadians so they can try and distract Canadians from their abysmal record on the economy. But having said that, I do have some questions for the witnesses. And I want to start with Mr. Dicker. And I'm sorry that the Liberals are doing this to you, Mr. Dicker, but I'll try and be as concise as I possibly can. There was a very interesting editorial this morning in the Globe and Mail that really was damning in terms of the Liberal government's economic record and its management of the economy. One of the things that the story said, the editorial said, was that the Liberals have governed while Canada's GDP per capita has flatlined. Actually used the word flatlined. And their policy choices are making the problem worse. Would you agree with that assessment from the Globe?
Thank you for the question. I did not read the article, but the challenge for Canada's economy right now, if you look at aggregate economic growth, it's sort of flattish to down a little bit. But once you do make adjustments on a per capita basis, and that is the key, because per capita means how many people does it take to produce one extra unit of economic output, whatever that may be. The fact that it's taking increasingly more people to produce that same output, that means that economic growth is deteriorating. So for whether it's a good policy or not, what we look at is that the probability...
Sorry to interrupt. I just have limited time, but I think I get the gist of your response there. I want to ask Mr. Cooper a question about the same editorial. They went on to say that the Globe highlighted that the housing crisis is the most prominent example of failed Liberal policy choices. Would you agree with that assessment?
I think it's the failed government choices for 30 years. So whoever was in power at any given time could take an equal amount of responsibility. Having said that, on the per capita question, the issue is that people can't afford more now than they did 6 years ago, and they don't feel good about it. Meanwhile, housing's gone up a lot. So I think that's really where the big issue is, a more focus on growth.
But and on your point about the 3 decades, I do have to point out what the editorial said. The Globe said that our prosperity problem has accelerated since the Liberals took power in 2015. Wouldn't that be accurate to say?
The 3 decades was money for affordable housing, and it's absolutely true. There's been no growth in the last 6 or 7 years
Absolutely
on a per capita
true.
basis.
Yeah. And in fact, they went on to say, and this is just this morning, that Canada's prosperity is in a deep decline, with the GDP per capita falling well below the average for advanced economies in the OECD, and that there is an increasing likelihood of an outright decline in living standards.
I think that's right. That to the extent that people have less money, they can afford less rent or buying houses for less money. So, I mean, that's kind of a tautology. But more money allows people to solve the housing problem.
But what makes it even worse in my mind is that since 2015, this government has actually doubled the national debt from $600 billion to $1.2 trillion. They call these expenditures investments, and in my mind, normally an investment means that there will be a return on an investment. But the truth is that we have economic growth, despite all that spending, that has flatlined. So it clearly hasn't worked. And I'm just wondering if you would agree that I think that the only realistic assessment you could give the Liberals on the economy is that they've actually engaged in economic malpractice.
A lot less than the States.
A lot
less than the United States.
Oh, well, somewhat then. Would you agree?
It's been a tough time. The fiscal is bad.
Okay. How much time do I have left, Mr. Chair? Okay, fair enough. You touched on accelerated capital cost allowance, which is something near and dear to my heart. I remember as a young lawyer, there was a program in Canada called the MERB program, the Multi-Unit Residential Building Program, which I think you touched on, that allowed investors to deduct capital cost allowance from professional and personal income. That got hundreds of thousands of units built. There's also other ideas. Mike Moffat has written in his report about the idea of deferral of the capital gains tax when the money is invested in low-income housing or purpose-built rentals. I wonder what you think of those kinds of adjustments to the Income Tax Act to incentivize new builds.
Accelerated depreciation means that people pay less tax up front by investing in housing, but they'll pay it back when they sell the property, or they'll have less depreciation later. So it's just a time shifting. The government will get the same amount of money. It's a very effective way of doing it. As the other one, I'm not as high on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move at this point that there be a second round of questioning for the witnesses after this round is finished.
Right. There's a move to ask for a second round of questioning. I see hands up. MP Blakey.
Thank you very much. Just to the motion, Mr. Chair, I would be happy to support that motion if we knew we were going to get a vote on the motion by the end of the meeting. If somebody could provide those assurances, then I'm happy to hear more from our witnesses, have a brief debate, make a decision on the motion, whatever way that's going to go. But if we can't come to some kind of reasonable compromise about being able to get to a vote, I think that makes it harder to find reasonable compromises elsewhere.
Okay. Thank you, MP Blakey, on that, and then MP Chambers on this motion. Yes, MP Chambers, and then PS Bendayan. Yeah.
I would hope we could get to a vote on Ms. Bendayan's motion, but there may be amendments that I'd like my committee members to consider, and so I wouldn't want to prejudge the ability to get there. But
Okay, I've got PS Bendayan and then MP Blakey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think if we can amend the motion to ensure that there is a vote by the end of the committee, we would be in favor.
Okay, and now to MP Blakey.
Sure, I would just say to the extent that we may be asked to consider amendments, I think ones that we have yet to see, that tends to suggest that we may need a little bit more time in order to conduct the debate and come to a successful conclusion. So that leaves me at a loss as to what to do in terms of voting for a second round, despite my preference to hear more from witnesses, because it sounds to me like we're going to need more time in order to try to come to an amended solution on Ms. Bendayan's resolution.
For a minute. And who did we have next on the list? MP Blakey had the floor? Or?
So MP Blakey had the floor, and then MP
Okay.
Bendayan is next. Yeah.
Okay, MP Blakey, and then PS Bendayan. Yeah.
Actually, we exhausted the list. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I've said my piece for now. I'm interested to know if there may be some kind of amendment that we have a high level of confidence will come to so that we can take more time with the witnesses, but I'm not in the driver's seat on that, so I'm happy to yield the floor.
So PS Bendayan, before we go to back to this motion.
I'm very happy to work with my Conservative colleagues. I've asked them to provide us the amendment that they're hoping for so that we could see if we can come to an agreement. And I think until we do, it's very difficult for me to say whether or not we have time for a second round. So I look to my Conservative colleagues.
Okay, MP Hallen.
Thanks, Chair. In my discussions with Ms. Bendayan, I think it would be best for us if we could let one more round go, and during that round, we could discuss some of the amendments and see if we can come to a conclusion that might lead us to vote on the motion today, on Ms. Bendayan's motion. But I think it is important that we have really good witnesses for all parties here today, and I think we should let that round go, and we can discuss while that round is happening what we need to do going forward.
Hallen, so we would, yeah, PS Bendayan.
Thank you. Just to respond to my colleague, I appreciate the overture. I would like some confirmation that we will get to a vote today. So if my colleague opposite will confirm, perhaps in an amendment to his motion, a friendly amendment, that all members agree that we will get to a vote today without specifying the hour, we would be in favor of a second round.
MP Hallen.
I think we would all want to get to that point, but we just don't know where we're going to land when we start talking about amendments. And I don't think we should put basically like a time allocation on this discussion. I think there's a lot that, my colleagues are still wanting to get on the record. I'm sure Mr. Blakey and Mr. St. Marie wants to also talk on the motion first, and I think that we can, depending on how the discussions go, we can, I think, get to somewhere where we'll all be comfortable with an amendment of some sort. So, but I don't think we should put a time allocation on that at all.
Thank you, MP Hallen. MP Blakey.
I wonder, Mr. Chair, if for the moment we could get unanimous consent to withdraw the present motion and bring it back at the end of the 6-minute round. Perhaps that will give some time to Mr. Hallen and Ms. Bendayan to figure out what the rest of the meeting would look like and whether it's advisable to have a second round with the witnesses or not. But that allows us not to have to make the decision right now and to go back to hearing from the witnesses while there's still time on the clock.
Okay, thank you for that, MP Blakey. I see a thumbs up on that, but MP Morantz.
I'd like to bring my motion to a vote.
Okay, so is there any, PS Bendayan?
I think Mr. Blakey has made a very reasonable recommendation that I support, and I would encourage the Conservative members opposite to step outside with me now to discuss those amendments while the witnesses are responding to questions.
MP Hallen?
This is the last time I'll speak on this. I think given that there will be amendments and there will be dealing back and forth, it gives us a lot more time if we can let the round finish and have another round after that, because we know that we might not be able to solve this amendment issue in the next 10 minutes or 20 minutes maybe. Maybe we need a little bit more time. That's why I would suggest that we vote on this now, and I'm encouraging my Liberal and NDP colleague that if we can extend the rounds, that gives us more time to talk about amendments, and then we don't have to maybe not even talk on the motion much at all after that.
Okay, thank you. PS Bendayan?
Mr. Chair, I would just like to remind Canadians and all those watching that this was a motion that I moved on Thursday last. I put that on notice a week ago today. It was moved on Monday. My colleagues clearly have amendments to this motion that they are withholding in the interest of getting us to vote on a second round of questioning. I would like nothing more for witnesses to be able to provide their testimony, and I am asking for a reasonable explanation as to why my Conservative colleagues do not wish to step out of the room now to discuss their amendments, but are asking us to do so in the next round.
Thank you, P.S. Bendayan. MP Hallen.
Just to be clear, we can step outside right now. I just think that it's better for us that when we're negotiating, we'll have more time to negotiate, and in that time we can not only get testimony in, but we'll have more time to discuss any amendments or come to a conclusion to Ms. Bendayan's motion. I would think that that's fair for everybody. We get testimony and we get to discuss at the same time. I don't think I ever said that I didn't want to step out now.
Okay, thank you, MP Hallen. P.S. Bendayan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suggest, therefore, that we continue with this current round, and my colleague and I will get back to you with the results of our discussion with respect to the second round.
Thank you, P.S. Bendayan. We still need to deal with this motion. So
let's have a vote.
Okay. No other speakers? No? Clerk?
MP Baker?
No.
MP Bendayan?
No.
MP Zerowitz?
Regrettably, no.
MP Thompson?
We can't even find it.
MP Ali?
Against?
MP Chambers? MP Halan?
Yes.
MP Lawrence?
In favor.
MP Morans?
Yes, I'd vote in favor of hearing more from the witnesses.
Mr. Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
No.
5 yeas, 6 nays.
Okay, it was defeated. Okay, so we are back to our witnesses, right? Yep. Okay, and we've got so I think it's MP Thompson. Yeah, because MP Moretz is finished. Yeah, MP Thompson, please, for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome to all the witnesses. I'd like, if I could, to begin with you, Mr. Blair, and then hopefully have time, Mr. Cooper, I have a question for you. Mr. Blair, in researching your work, I noticed on your website you reference that climate change is a defining issue of our time, and thank you for being so definitive on that. I agree, and I also was very pleased to hear you reference in your opening statements the need to also understand that private capital can link to social responsibility. I know that you have a project that you've completed or is about to be completed in St. John, New Brunswick. I believe it's Portland, and you've connections with Nova Scotia, and I'm proud to hear, St. John's, Newfoundland, my province. Would you speak to your model and how you've been able to move those projects forward with the link with government, not-for-profits, and private investment?
Yeah, no, thank you very much for that question, and through you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely. I think when we're looking at building rental housing, we need partnership between all levels of government. I think it starts with the federal government and CMHC. Absolutely, the low interest rate loans, either through RCFI or through co-investment, are critically important. The project that you referenced in St. John is a bit of an outlier in our world to this point, but we're hoping will be funded through co-investment with the grant portion. It has been delayed because of the changes within the co-investment funding requirements. Both the social program, the social requirements, as well as the forgivable loan portion, go up and down quite regularly. And when you're going through planning and designing a building, that's many, many years, and we're making multi-million-dollar commitments. So having the security of knowing what the funding's going to look like when we go to put a shovel in the ground earlier in the process is really important. CMHC doesn't allow us to even submit our funding application until we have all municipal approvals in place in a Class B, which means I need 50% of my building design. So I've sunk substantial costs into design. But to get to a level of affordability that's really below moderate income, you need investment with multiple provinces. And when you're working outside the major markets like a Toronto, you really need the provincial government at the table. And so St. John has been successful because the province of New Brunswick has come to the table with a capital grant. It's the same in Nova Scotia, that the provincial government is coming to the table with capital dollars to help fund those affordable units. Our communities, we believe very much in the mixed income model. So our goal is that you combine market rent that provides a sustainable cash flow as well as affordability. And we talk a lot. I think the core housing need metric, the housing assessment resource tool, is a really great way to assess and benchmark, are you meeting the affordability in your market?
Thank you. And Mr. Cooper, if I could move to you, and I was really, again, interested in your model and the work that you're doing, and also the reference to integrated communities, and I sort of Quayside as an example. Would you speak to why that's important for you and your company, and really the model that you want to bring forward to be part of ensuring that affordable housing is incorporated in your housing mix?
We all live together, and I think that there is so many people who don't feel that they belong. So we're talking now about housing, and I think housing is sort of the hardware that we need people to have respectful housing. But we've gone a step further and really focus on the soft part of it, which is how do you create places where people feel that they're fortunate. So we have a foundation that we send kids to camp. We had haircuts for kids before going to school. And it's amazing when the people say that's the first time their kids have had a professional haircut and they felt really special. So we try to do a lot of things so that people in our communities, people who live in our buildings, plus the people in the surrounding area feel good. And I think it's one thing that's not focused on as much is that what does it feel like when you're a resident or you live in an area? And when we do our designs, we really try to focus on what's it going to feel like for the people who are living there, as well as the adjoining areas. So Quayside is a 4,300 unit development on the Lake Ontario, right at the base of the city. It's going to have 800 affordable housing units. We're working with between 15 and 20 not-for-profits, including Aging in Place, working with the hospital and George Brown College to create medical care right in the community. So it's really difficult to deal with the soft side and think about what is it that everybody needs. And I think what we're really missing in a lot of this is people have to feel good about their lives, and I think it's all of our shared responsibility to do that.
Very quickly, if I could ask both of you, then I'll start with you, Mr. Cooper. The importance of moving beyond the idea of just an isolated unit to the concept of a neighborhood that takes on the broader space in terms of how someone is able to access what they need, and the idea of that link to well-being. And I think you've referenced that, but certainly if you could just elaborate, and then to you, Mr. Blair, and the same thing.
Harvard came out with a study last year, and they measured people in the lowest quintile of income and compared their success 20 years later, depending on how much time they spent with people in other quintiles. It's a massive thing that people intermingle and people get to see what other people's lives are like. And I think that it helps people think about the different choices they have in their life and that they have the same chance as other people. If you have all affordable housing in one spot, there's not enough diversity of thought. People don't see what their lives could be like. So I think the movement towards market and affordable housing together is much healthier.
I'm sorry.
Time goes quick here, and thank you, Mr. Cooper. And off to MP Sainte-Marie, please, for 6 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Salutations à tous les témoins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to all witnesses. I really find it unfortunate that there'll be only one round, because that limits our conversation. We have experts here who can really contribute tangible recommendations to see what we can do to reduce the housing crisis. Because of internecine discussions, I hope that your presentations and the documents you have submitted will be on record for us to draw inspiration from. I'll begin with the CHPC. Your first recommendation is to ensure better financing for construction and renovation of social and affordable housing. There's finally an agreement between Quebec and Ottawa for $500 million, and Quebec is in fact contributing $1.8 billion. Is this enough to meet needs? Thank you for your question.
I'll be answering in French.
Clearly, we're very pleased with the announcement, as we are with the announcement made on the elimination of GST on the construction of rental housing. But with an estimated deficit of 1.2 million homes, we are still very far from where we need to be. Of course, every tangible measure counts, but we must not only promote access so that people can get to a point where they can decide to own a home if they wish to, and not be obliged to remain renters all their lives because they have no choice. Construction and renovation of the existing housing pool must be encouraged, and incentives are needed. Existing housing is often in very poor condition. Quebec has a tremendous number of homes that are in poor condition, and every unit that is taken out of the pool is one less unit. The most affordable housing is housing that has already been built. So what's needed is not just to foster new construction, but also to make the system conducive to renovation. For example, eliminating GST on new housing should also be put in place. Some programs could be enhanced. For example, on energy-efficient projects, on bioenergy projects, that would make it possible to enhance the existing pool of housing. Thank you. In your answer, you harked back to one of your demands, which was a reimbursement of GST on new housing. Could you explain that further? I don't know whether the FCEI also has a position on GST rebates on new housing. Thank you. That's a very good question. At present, when you buy bread or butter, there's no GST on it because they are considered to be basic essential products. A first home is also something that should be considered a necessity. So a first-time buyer should not have to pay GST on a new home. At present, the threshold, because there is a measure in place, the threshold is about $225,000. In Canada, properties that cost only $225,000 no longer exist. The average price of a home in Quebec is $360,000. If you leave Quebec, you might bear in mind that 2/3 of British Columbia and Greater Toronto region has housing prices that would mean no first-time buyers would be able to make use of this measure. Moreover, 5% on a home is a lot of money. It's, in many cases, $50,000. That's what would make it possible to pay the notary, the welcome tax. That is what would provide access. So for a first-time buyer, it would be a great thing to remove or provide a GST rebate, eliminate the GST, or at least raise the threshold for homes where GST is not applicable. Very quickly, the FCEI would like to see a mitigation of tax measures so that the tax burden on property would be lighter. There would also be less tax on companies building homes, which would leave them with more money to actually do the building. Both of you, if you could answer quickly, because I have almost no time. APCHQ, you are asking to make it possible for parents who have funds accumulated in an account. You would like to allow them to use that money to assist the next generation. Thank you for the question. A number of measures need to be combined to promote construction and foster access. This would be one and not the only one, and it shouldn't be seen as a standalone measure, but it would be useful to allow a kind of intergenerational transfer so that parents could contribute to helping their children have access to housing. We're trying to facilitate things for the first generation, for first-time buyer. Once retired, somebody who owns a home and somebody who rents, there is a difference in capital there. So we're trying to strengthen the next generation, which is more financially vulnerable. Mr. Guinette, 30 seconds. You're out of time, I'm afraid.
MP Blakey, please, for 6 minutes.
Thank you very much. And I likewise want to thank our witnesses, both for your expertise in your presentations as well as your patience with the committee that is never just dealing with one thing. And I do hope that my colleagues on the committee are going to find a good way to proceed that maximizes the time we have to hear from you. Monsieur Guinette, in your opening remarks, you were talking about just the kind of vast requirement for housing supply across the spectrum. I know Scotiabank has said that Canada's social housing supply sits at about 3.5%, which is half of the OECD average, and that Canada needs to increase its social housing supply. Is that included in the advocacy that you're doing today for housing supply across the spectrum?
We focus essentially on our members who represent 85% of the construction workforce across the country, and how we can support small business efforts to build more housing by helping them having access to more labor, by helping small businesses cope with the increased cost of borrowing. Businesses are also facing red tape challenges and many other challenges, and so we are here today to speak about the different challenges that our members are sharing with us, and ensuring that small businesses can contribute to build more houses more rapidly.
Do you agree that if Canada had an ambitious social housing building program, that would create more opportunities for small businesses in the business of building housing?
Potentially. To have the position of our membership, we would need to ask them questions on their view of different programs to build more social housing. But the issue remains the same. It's one thing to have a program. It's another thing to have the people to build the houses that is needed.
Ms. Niles, I know you were talking about the role that pension plans have been playing in the acquisition of housing and what that's meant for housing costs. I just wonder if you have some policy recommendations for the committee that you really want to emphasize or single out as being important to try and ensure that the money that Canadians invest in their pension plan isn't working at cross purposes with the needs of the housing market.
Sure. Yeah, I think it's important to understand that pension funds exist to maximize return in order to provide lifetime retirement income for their members. There is no other altruistic means, and I think it's often a mistaken belief that funding projects through pension funds would lead to better outcomes. But there's a number of examples in which here in Ottawa, for example, hundreds of low-income, largely racialized tenants in the Herongate neighborhood were displaced from a company that's partly owned by the Manitoba Teachers Pension Fund, as one of many examples. And so I think it's important to recognize that this isn't the proper forum for delivering affordable housing for the core housing need. It's not through workers' pensions funds. There's a number of ways that the governments could address this. One, I think the most important one would be requiring human rights outcomes for funding for housing projects. So, if there was greater protections for tenants, this would combat some of the profit maximizing behavior that we see from financialized actors, and sort of attempt to restore some balance into that equation.
We've heard some talk around this table about the use of federal crown lands in order to be able to incent new housing development, and I'm wondering if you have some guidance for the committee around, what kinds of rules you think would have to be in place around the use of federal lands for new housing in order to ensure that we're maximizing the return on investment for Canadians themselves, who would expect to see their public resources used in a way that benefits the public interest.
Yeah, our union's position would be that that Crown land for the purpose of housing should be targeted towards those in core housing need, and through public housing, through cooperatives, through nonprofit housing. We really think that the core housing need is being lost in the public conversation around housing right now. Those are, again, folks that really the consequences are the most dire, and I think that would be the best, the most effective use of Crown lands.
Thank you. Madame Desmaires, est-ce que vous pensez un peu au sujet de l'utilisation?
Ms. Desmaires, what's your view on the use of public land to build housing, and what rules should be in place to make sure that we have something useful, good value for money? Thank you. We didn't talk about that today, but it is a concern how to consider a range of models for different ways of meeting the current crisis. One of those approaches would be to look at property and remove the buildings from the site, as it were. For example, this would make it possible for some properties to be used that are owned by the municipality or the federal government or the province, and that land could be used to build homes. There could also be a way of allowing people to own the home, the structure, without necessarily owning the land they sit on. This would also provide better access to property and make it possible to reduce the impact of speculation. All these measures could be considered as useful. If the housing crisis were simple, we could have solved it with a single measure. What we need is a range of measures to facilitate construction, access to homes, access to property, and choice. What concerns us at present is that Canadians don't have choice. They are obliged to remain renters or have tremendous difficulty in buying homes because there's a shortage of over 3.5 million homes by 2030. All approaches need to be considered.
And thank you, MP Blaikie. Do want to also thank the witnesses. You probably heard the discussion. We are going to have to go back to the motion. You do not have a party. We do have to go back to the motion. I just want to let the witnesses know, depending on how members kind of work their way through this, it may be quick, it may not be so quick, but I just want to have the witnesses apprised of what is going to be taking place right now. MP Blakey on the motion does. So I've got a list. I've got MP Blakey. Then I've got, where was it? MP Saint-Marie, then MP Chambers. And yeah, MP Blakey. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I look forward to hearing what the product of the conversations between Mr. Hallan and Ms. Bendayan were, and hopefully we can resolve this issue quickly and still have time for testimony. But won't say any more in the interest of time. Thank you.
Okay, merci. MP Blakey, MP Saint-Marie, please.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, a point of order. I would seek unanimous consent to allow witnesses to leave if they wish to do so. What I'm seeking unanimous consent with this point of order so that we can release our witnesses if they wish to leave.
Be unanimous consent to release the witnesses. There is no unanimous consent to release the witnesses.
Très bien. Donc,
okay, so,
ça envoie le message qu'il y a de l'espoir.
Well, that does mean there is some hope. So I will now take my turn to speak for 1 minute on the motion. First of all, I applaud the fact that this is very sensitive to Quebec, and I applaud Ms. Bendayan for this. But I will vote against this motion very strongly, in fact. And that is because of the Bloc Québécois position, the rationale that underpins the division of powers in the 1867 Constitution is this. When something affects the system, it's federal. When it affects people, it's provincial. There is a difference of culture between Quebec and Canada, and that doesn't prevent the country from functioning. That was the principle of Confederation. In 1951, the Constitution was amended so that the federal government could intervene in pensions. That was Article 94A. The federal government has the right to intervene unless the province wishes to proceed with its own plan. That is the article that Quebec used to refuse to participate in the CPP and create the Quebec Pension Plan and the Caisse de dépôt. That was Quebec's decision and Quebec's alone. It was not the federal government's to make, and that is subject to the Constitution and the amendment dating back to 1951. The same thing applies to Alberta. It does not matter whether we agree with Alberta's choice. It is Alberta's decision to make.
And now MP Chambers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to our witnesses. I know you said here that time is short and runs fast, but you also missed the second half, which is this is also where logic comes to die. We've got some great witnesses here today. I'd love to talk to Mr. Keith Dicker and let him know that maybe we're both wearing our No Central Bank digital currency shirts underneath our tie and suit jacket here. I've got Mr. Blair, who actually has a proposed project in Orillia. I think we should be able to get back to the witnesses. There's some very good testimony to be had here, so I won't take very long, Mr. Chair, other than to say if the motion is the way it currently is written, we won't be getting a vote on it. So I'll just put the position out there. If we want to try to pass the motion in its current form, we're not voting on it today. And we'll talk until midnight tonight, and whoever we have resources to and people want to go home, I understand that. So that's our initial position. We have proposed some language, what I think is being considered right now, in a way that would allow us to bring this motion to a vote. And since it's a report to the House, anybody can stand up in that chamber and say whatever they want about any premier in the entire country. But the way that the motion is written right now, the third bullet stands with the majority of Albertans who are opposed to Premier Daniel Smith's dangerous plan to withdraw from the CPP that threatened pensions of millions of seniors and hardworking Canadians from coast to coast. We cannot approve that for multiple reasons, not the least of which is nobody even knows what Albertans think right now. They're going to be asked what they think. I personally believe they should be encouraged to stay in the CPP. I have other colleagues who may have different views, but that is up for Albertans to decide. There's a whole process by which provinces can consider whether they would withdraw from the CPP. I don't believe, my personal belief is I don't think that the methodology underpinning what assets are to be given to the CPP makes sense. That being said, I don't actually know what Albertans believe now. I would prefer that we encourage them to stay in it so that we can secure the CPP for all Canadians who currently are part of the program, including those people in Ontario. So with that, Mr. Chair, I think there's some discussions going on. We have the witnesses here. Mr. Cooper, Kelly Leach says hello. We should have maybe MP Cooper, Michael Cooper, come question Mr. Cooper and confuse the translators. But since there's still some discussions going on, we have witnesses here. I will move a motion that we have a 6-minute round another 6-minute round while these motions or while the discussion is still happening, so we can use the time with our witness as well.
Did you just move a motion?
Yeah.
Yep.
I have the floor, right?
Yep.
Thank you. So 6-minute round. Love to get some more insights from witnesses. We can let the conversations happen behind the scenes. And
It is a relevant motion.
We're suspended.
Okay.
Motion, so it cannot
Okay,
be done.
in that case, Mr. Chair, I'll seek unanimous consent to allow another 6-minute round so we can get some wonderful feedback from our witnesses so that they haven't just wasted their time. I actually think the government's just upset about what Mr. Dicker might say because he was so ruthless on the Bank of Canada and the fiscal monetary policy. But anyway, I set that aside. I'll have 6 minutes with him later, potentially.
MP
So,
Chambers, you're
UC
asking
motion,
for unanimous
I want
consent
UC to
on,
go for another round here so we can get some testimony on the record
Okay, members.
while we negotiate.
No. Okay, we do not have UC. No.
Sorry, who didn't allow UC?
We just do not have UC.
Oh, I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Who?
I heard a no.
Oh, I heard
Yeah.
a no.
Okay, so MP Morantz, you're next up on the list, and then MP Lawrence.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the motion that we have before us, I think it'd be worthwhile to read it into the record, just so that all of the people that are watching understand what it is that Liberal members of this committee have put forward. But before I read it, I have to say again, we have a housing crisis in this country. We heard Mr. Cooper say that we need to build 5.8 million homes by 2030, and that the cost will be over $3 trillion. Now, to put it in perspective for those watching, the cumulative total of the national debt is $1.2 trillion accumulated since 1867, Mr. Chair. Now, albeit in a spectacular fashion, the Liberals have managed to double that in just 8 years, from $600 billion to $1.2 trillion. But the fact of the matter is that we have some excellent witnesses here on a very important study that my colleague Mr. Blakey put forward on a crisis that is of the highest import to Canadians at this point in time. And what do the Liberals choose to do? They choose to bring in a motion to try and wedge and divide Canadians, to distract them from the government's horrible, horrible economic malpractice that they've committed on our economy over the last 8 years. That's what this is about. To divide, to distract Canadians from their terrible record. And as Conservatives, we're not going to let them do it. And Canadians will not let them do it, frankly. Now, about the motion itself, because I know Liberal members of this committee are sitting on the edge of their seats, wondering what it is I think of this motion and what ideas I might be able to bring to bear on the quality of the motion. You know, I'm sure our witnesses are going to find this conversation very, very interesting. So, but let's read the motion into the record so that Canadians know exactly what it is that we're talking about in the middle of a housing study. So I'll read it. It says that the chair of the committee immediately report to the House. So what that means for those watching is that sometimes motions come before the committee and they're not reported to the House of Commons. Sometimes they are. So when a motion is passed a committee that is not reported to the House of Commons, it just ends here. The committee makes a statement on whatever the motion is, and it doesn't go any further than that. But when somebody introduces a motion that includes the words, be reported to the House, if that motion passes the committee, what it means is that debate can actually be taken up in the House of Commons by all members of the House of Commons. So I think it's an important distinction that those who are watching this debate need to understand. Now, let me just read it again, because I want to make sure that it sinks in. That the chair of the committee, that's you, Mr. Chair, who is not in the chair at this point, but he's he's over there. I didn't see him. So you know, so what this is saying is, it's asking you, Mr. Chair, that the committee report this matter to the House, if I have that correct. So if this motion did pass, Mr. Chair, it would then be incumbent upon you to report that the motion had passed and the content of the motion to the House. And then what would happen is a member of the House could stand up and call for a debate on this motion. And the reality is that I think that's an important piece of the puzzle when it comes to debating important issues on the Hill, not because sometimes issue could be adequately debated just here in the committee. But at other times, it's important that the motion also be debated in the House. And so sometimes we include that proviso. The proviso, as I said, that it be reported to the House. And sometimes we don't. And in this case, the mover of the motion has decided to include that. Now, the motion goes on in number 1 to say that the committee celebrates the Canada Pension Plan. Now, I have to say, I think it is worth celebrating. It's a very important piece of the puzzle in terms of preserving the dignity of Canadians when they retire, to make sure that they have sufficient income to live the lifestyle that they've become accustomed to. Though I have to say, the inflationary deficits and spending policies of this government is confirmed by, well, not only the Governor of the Bank of Canada, but former Finance Minister John Manley, and in fact the present Finance Minister herself have admitted that they've fueled the inflationary fire. And so Canadians are probably rightfully worried that the pensions that they have will not go far enough in terms of allowing them in that goal being to live a life of dignity in their elder years, and which is the point of the Canada Pension Plan in the first place. Now, it says, celebrates the Canada Pension Plan as the foundation of a secure and dignified retirement for tens of millions of Canadians and a pillar of Canada's economy. Now,
Mr. Chair, sorry, point of order. I don't want to interrupt Mr. Morantz, but I think at this point, maybe if I could maybe ask if we could let our witnesses go. It looks like it's just going to be a waste of their time to be here.
I'm just looking around to the members. I think everybody seems to be
on the same point of order.
In agreement.
Mr. Chair, no.
You do not, MP Lawrence? No. Okay, I heard a no from MP Lawrence.
may I continue, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, MP Morantz. Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm still hoping. I mean, the witnesses are here. I know some of them traveled long distances to be here early this morning, and I'm still holding out hope that maybe we'll actually be able to hear from them today, despite this inconsiderate approach by the Liberal members of this committee. But in any event, now, what I find interesting about the motion in Clause 1 is that it actually talks about how the Canada Pension Plan is a pillar of Canada's economy. And I think that's a very important part of the motion, and it gives me the opportunity, Mr. Chair, to actually talk about Canada's economy. And there's so much to say. My goodness, I could go on for hours and hours. People know how I love to talk about capital cost allowance, accelerated depreciation, about the MER program from the 1970s, about, Mr. Aslin's testimony that our social programs are unsustainable because interest costs are outstripping economic growth. But the thing that I found interesting was that put it all together for me just this morning, Mr. Chair, was this incredible opinion piece published by the Globe and Mail, and I thought I would take the opportunity, only because the motion specifically addresses the matter of Canada's economy, that we get on the record actually the state of the Canadian economy. And so I thought I would take a few minutes, not too long, to read this opinion piece into the record. And I know the folks at the Globe and Mail will be very happy to see that I'm reading this important piece into the record. So let me proceed with that.
Getting off of the motion, but what I would say is I think we should allow to dismiss the witnesses, and on that I do want what I want to say also to members and the witnesses. Members, please, any questions that you would like to have gotten to the witnesses, send them to the witnesses. We would like to get those answers. Witnesses, anything that you wanted to put on the record beyond your opening statement and the testimony, the questions that you've already answered, we thank you for those, and please submit anything through the clerk to our committee. We would like that for our report. Thank you very much. My apologies. These things happen, but you are a great group of people. Thank you for your expertise in coming before our committee as we dismiss you. Thank you. We're back, and it's MP Morantz, you have the floor. Then I've got MP Lawrence and MP Zarowitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I was saying, maybe just because of the interruption, I should, so that the flow of the conversation is consistent, start from the beginning. So firstly, I want to say how disappointed conservative members of this committee are that we had these incredible witnesses here today to impart their wisdom to us on the crisis of our day, the economic crisis of our day in this country, which is the housing crisis. CMHC has said we need to build 5.8 million houses by 2030, 3.5 of them over and above what would normally be built, 3.5 million houses. We heard testimony from Mr. Cooper that will cost an astounding $3.2 trillion, almost 3 times the accumulation of the national debt since 1867. And what do the Liberals do? They dismiss them. So it's very disappointing, and I don't know if we'll ever get such an excellent group of witnesses back on this study again. And it's too bad that we didn't have the opportunity to question them, given that they were just literally sitting right here. Having said that, turning my thoughts to the motion at hand, it's important, I think, for people watching to understand how this works. So the motion says that the chair of the committee, that's you, Mr. Chair, if this motion should pass, immediately report the motion to the House. Now, the reason I'm raising that is because not every motion says that. In fact, many motions don't say that. Sometimes the committee decides that a debate on any particular motion at the committee is sufficient and that it doesn't need to go any further. But sometimes, other times, members will include these words in a motion that it be reported to the House. And so what that means, Mr. Chair, is that if this motion should pass, it could be raised for debate in the House and be debated among all members of the House. So I think it's very, very important for all those watching this meeting that they understand the distinction between a motion that is absent the words report to the House and a motion that contains the words report to the House. And this motion, in fact, contains the words report to the House, which means that should it pass, Mr. Chair, that you will be obligated to report the decision on this motion and the content of the motion itself to the House, where it could be taken up for debate at some future point in time. Now, Clause 1 of the motion says it celebrates the Canada Pension Plan as the foundation of a secure and dignified retirement for tens of millions of Canadians and a pillar of Canada's economy. Now, I want to take a bit of a deep dive on that sentence. So let's look at the first part. It says, celebrate the Canada Pension Plan. Well, I think all of us at this committee would agree on that it is something to be celebrated. Canada is the best country in the world. And what Canada has created is a pension plan that allows Canadians in their retirement years, after working hard for so many years, contributing to their communities, raising their families, and back then being able to afford to buy a home, that they be able to retire in dignity. And I think we all support that goal, Mr. Chair, and I think that the words celebrates the Canada Pension Plan in this motion are completely appropriate. And then it goes on to say, as the foundation for a secure and dignified retirement. And again, as I've said, I think that's obviously something that I think any reasonably thinking person could support. And then it goes on to say, a retirement for tens of millions of Canadians and a pillar of Canada's economy. Now, I have to say, Mr. Chair, that I'm glad that the mover of the motion included those words, because I think it's very important that when we're looking at the economy, we talk about all of the economy. And the fact of the matter is that the better the Canadian economy does, the more secure Canadians' pensions are. I think most people would agree that that's true. You can't borrow your way into a secure retirement plan. It needs to be done through economic growth. And so that's why I was so interested in this opinion piece that was written, just published this morning in the Globe and Mail, that talks about Canada's economy. And I thought I would take a moment to actually read it into the record because it's just so interesting and raises so many relevant points, relevant to the Canada Pension Plan, I have to say, Mr. Chair. So the headline says, Canada's prosperity problem points to a lower wage future. The country is not just losing ground relative to other countries, but there is an increasing likelihood of an outright decline in living standards. This is written by the editorial board, just to be clear, of the Globe and Mail. This is the editorial board of the Globe and Mail. 30 years ago, Canada could rightly be thought of as one of the more prosperous countries in the world. Canadians were not quite as rich as Americans, but we had many other advantages and we were better off than pretty much everyone else. That's the past. The present and future look to be a great deal less pleasant. Canada is not just losing ground relative to other countries, but there's an increasing likelihood of an outright decline in living standards. According to recent data and forecasts in a report from the C.D. Howe Institute, Canada's relative prosperity is in steep decline. Strong words from the Globe and Mail editorial board, and should be taken note by all members of this committee that care about our economy. It is in steep decline, and with this country's gross domestic product per capita falling well below the average for the advanced economies that make up the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. That's what many people may recognize as the OECD, which is an international body. Now, it says in 1993, Canada's real GDP per capita was 106% of the OECD average. The C.D. Howe Institute forecasts that in 2024, Canada will be just 89% of the average of advanced economies. Canada has fallen compared with the United States. In 2023, this country's GDP per capita is forecast to be less than 3/4, less than 75% of the U.S. Those statistics are relatively generous to Canada since the Institute has adjusted them for domestic purchasing power. Like so many of the big issues vexing Canada, the prosperity problem is long-standing, but has gathered speed in recent years, accelerating since the Liberals took power in 2015. It would not be fair to lay the problem entirely at the feet of the Trudeau government. I'm going to say that because that's what the article says. It does go on to clarify that position, and my colleague says he disagrees, and I think there's a strong argument there. But I'm just reading what it says. But then it goes on to say, it says, like so many big vexing issues in Canada, the prosperity problem is long-standing, but it has gathered speed in recent years, accelerating since the Liberals took office in 2015. It says the housing market is the most prominent example, which is pertinent to the study that we were trying to have just a few minutes ago, but got abridged because of this political motion that we're now forced to debate. But in any event, it says the housing market is just the most prominent example. There are many factors that have led to a massive housing shortage and surge in prices, but Ottawa's failure, such strong words in this editorial, Ottawa's failure to act aggressively to curtail the market, and in some instances to add fuel to the fire in the form of subsidies, is a key part. Household debt is bigger than the Canadian economy, with mortgages accounting for 3/4 of that total. That's not just a burden on homeowners. The need to fund those mortgages diverts capital from loans, say entrepreneurs that might be riskier, but could boost Canada's economic performance. Pardon me, Mr. Chair, I'm just getting over a bit of a cold, so I'm going to need to take a sip of water so I can continue on with this very unnecessary but important debate. So it says the housing market is just the most prominent example. There are many factors that have led to a massive housing shortage and surge in prices, but Ottawa's failure to act aggressively to curtail the market and in some instances to add fuel to the fire in the form of subsidies is a key part. Household debt is bigger than the Canadian economy, with mortgages accounting for 3/4 of that total. That's not just a burden on homeowners. The need to fund these mortgages diverts capital from loans to, say, entrepreneurs. That might be riskier, but could boost Canada's economic performance. Conversely, the prosperity problem makes stratospheric housing prices even more of a hardship. Mortgage costs would eat up a smaller share of household income if the economy were growing as fast as the OECD average. One crisis bleeds into another. There's a similar story to tell with immigration. The Liberals determined to increase immigration levels, particularly temporary migrants. This does help to increase the size of Canada's economy. But the pace of economic growth is not keeping up with the pace of population expansion, exerting downward pressure on average living standards, as with housing. The prosperity problem intensifies the challenges of higher immigration. A richer Canada would be better able to afford to build the infrastructure needed to accommodate newcomers. One crisis feeds on the other. The problem, excuse me again, Mr. Chair. The problem is complex, and there will be no simple solutions. Spurring greater capital spending is key, including tilting the tax code in such a way to encourage investment in productive assets, perhaps through broader and more aggressive amortization rules, tearing down barriers to competition, both internal and at Canada's borders, are part of the equation as well. Of course, smarter housing policy aimed at sustained supply increases will help, as would an immigration policy focused on boosting incomes rather than importing cheap labor. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Seems like you're getting a bit partial.
Those ideas and more have been on offer for years. What has been missing is this is key. This is key, Mr. Chair. I really recommend that you tune in on this part. It says, those ideas and more have been on offer for years. What has been missing is a government that sees building a high-wage economy as its core mission.
Isn't that?
This is just a damning piece on Canada's economy, which is a key part of the motion. I just want to be clear on that. I am talking about this motion because the motion actually says that the Canada Pension Plan is a pillar of our economy, and I think it's important for those watching that they understand in a more fulsome way where Canada's economy is actually at. And so this editorial, I think, really nails it. What has been missing is a government that sees building a high-wage economy as its core mission and bends every policy to that end. The Liberals have been fond of saying, this is where it gets really good, Mr. Chair, I know you'll love it. The Liberals have been fond of saying that their government aims to help the middle class and those working hard to join it. 8 years on. Sound familiar to my
8 years.
call? 8 years. Something. Who's been saying that? Who's been talking about after 8 years? Well, now apparently it's the Globe and Mail editorial board. 8 years on, Mr. Chair. The prosperity problem is even more urgent and in need of a government. We are in need of a government, Mr. Chair. In need of a government that focuses, common sense government, in need of a government that focuses relentlessly on the entrepreneurial class and helping those working hard to join it. So I just thought it was just so pertinent to our discussion today. I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to read it into the record. Now, the motion goes on. There's a second and a third clause. Let's have we should maybe take up an analysis of both of those clauses. The motion, its second clause recognizes the important contribution of Quebec's pension plan, which was established independently at the same time as the Canada Pension Plan. You know, and I think that's important to say. I think it was I think Prime Minister Harper who recognized Quebec as a nation within Canada, and Conservatives completely respect the fact that Quebec decided many years ago at the beginning of the Canada Pension Plan back in the 1960s that they wanted to have their own pension plan. And in fact, as I understand it, I'm not an expert on the Canada Pension Plan legislation, that it is permissive of provinces having their own pension plans. Not to say that as my colleagues have said, I certainly would encourage Albertans, so once they've had a chance to fully consider and understand the nature of the idea of going it on their own, leaving the Canada Pension Plan, that they will dismiss that idea. But I just want to say that I completely respect the luminaries, the intellectuals that governed Quebec in the 1960s, who had the foresight to decide that for Quebec, that this was the right thing to do. And so I think it's appropriate to acknowledge that in this motion as well. Now, then we come to number 3. So let me read it into the record, Mr. Chair. Number 3 says, stands with the majority of Albertans who are opposed to Premier Danielle Smith's dangerous plan to withdraw from the Canada Pension Plan that threatens the pensions of millions of seniors and hardworking Canadians from coast to coast to coast. This is the divide and distract part of the motion. This is the political part of the motion. And I want to take quite a bit of time, actually, to go through this, because I think it's very important that people that are watching understand what this motion is really about. Because it's really about politics. And so the first, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 words of Clause 3 are stands with the majority of Albertans. Well, I don't know, for instance, how the mover of this motion knows that.
Good point.
Like, I really wonder, like, where that comes from. Is that just an assumption?
Did she do a survey or something?
Did they hire Leger to go and do a poll?
Because you know how Leger is saying we're getting a majority.
Yeah, I know Leger's. Well, I would trust Leger because they've got us up about 15 points in the polls. But I do wonder, like, if there is a poll, I would ask that the mover of the motion table it. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah, exactly. Because that seems like an awfully big assumption. Now, I just want to say I hope that the mover of the motion is right. Frankly, I hope that the mover of the motion is right, that Albertans want to stay in the Canada Pension Plan. But I don't see how I could vote for a motion that makes such a broad assumption about the opinions of how many people live in Alberta these days? Is it 4 million? 4 million people. I wouldn't presume to profess about what 4 million people might think at any given time, but I do think it's a bit of a stretch to ask a standing committee of the Parliament of Canada to make such a blunt observation without empirical data to support it. So for that reason alone, I mean, number 3 is just, it's out. Like, well, I can't see how we could possibly support any of that. Now, then it goes on to say who are opposed to... Right now? I'm having so much fun, though. Let me just finish this part. I'll try. Okay. Who are opposed to Premier Danielle Smith's dangerous plan? Well, I don't know what her plan is. Is there a plan? Is there, like, I know the Liberals have a hidden agenda, but I am not sure that Ms. Smith has a plan. I guess we'll have to see. Because I think what she wants to do is consult with Albertans to find out whether or not there's any buy-in for this idea among the people of Alberta. And again, we don't know the answer to that question. So with that, Mr. Chair, I could go on and on and on, but I think I'll just simply move to adjourn.
I have a point of order, Chair. Can I just clarify what that means? So if the moves to adjourn. What is that?
You move to adjourn, we have to go to a vote. Yeah. So
I'm just clarifying what the vote is. That's all.
wait till Alexandre gets in the chair, so you have both here. Yeah.
My understanding is it's a dilatory motion, Mr. Chair, so
Yep,
you can call a vote, please. If everyone isn't at their seats, that's too bad.
MP Morantz, we're going to get into this vote. MP Howland.
They're not at their seats. You have to call the vote.
I've never seen you delay this long for a vote.
They're not here. You have to call the vote.
Gentlemen, I've seen you delay votes a lot of times in my time on Finance Committee. Please don't go down that road with me. I'm happy to go to the vote or just clarifying what it meant.
Go to the vote.
Okay. Okay, MP Howland. Clerk.
MP Baker.
Opposed.
MP McKay.
To adjourn.
Apparently I'm against.
MP Zerwitz.
Opposed.
I'm nailed it, eh?
MP Thompson.
Yeah.
No.
I was kind of hoping that Marty could carry on.
MP Ali.
No.
MP Chambers.
Yes.
MP Halan.
Yes.
MP Lawrence.
Yes.
MP Morantz.
Yes, adjourn the meeting.
M. Saint-Marie.
Oui.
MP Blakey. No. 5 yeas, 6 nays.
Okay, so we continue.
Appel au règlement, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, j'invoque le règlement.
Order.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I find the points being raised here very interesting, but unfortunately I will have to leave. And it will be my good friend Xavier Marcelou Duval who will replace me as representative of the Bloc at this meeting. I will consult the Blues, Mr. Morantz, to see what has been said so that I'm fully up to date at the next meeting.
League MP Morantz.
Well, I want to thank Mr. St. Marie. I always.
For UC to thank him.
Oh, I'd like what? Oh, no, no, I won't do that. Okay. I do want to thank Mr. St. Marie. I always appreciate his perspective and his viewpoints on the important issues that come before this committee. Now, one of the things I think is also very important to do, Mr. Chair, is I think if we're asked to vote on a motion about the Canada Pension Plan, that we need to do a bit of a deep dive for Canadians on what exactly the Canada Pension Plan is. With that, I thought I would maybe talk a little bit about what it does. So the Canada Pension Plan mandates all employed Canadians who are 18 years of age or over to contribute a prescribed portion of their earnings income with an equal matching amount contributed by their employers to a federally administered pension plan. The plan is administered by Employment and Social Development Canada on behalf of employees in all provinces and territories except Quebec, which operates an equivalent plan, which we've talked about. It's actually in the motion. Clause 2, I'll just maybe revisit that so we can just confirm that. But Clause 2 does say that it recognizes the important contribution of the Quebec pension plan, which was established independently at the same time as the Canada Pension Plan. And so that's why the plan is administered by Employment and Social Development Canada on behalf of all the provinces except for Quebec, because Quebec has its own plan, the Quebec Pension Plan. Now, because the constitutional authority for pensions is shared between the provincial and federal governments, stewardship for the CPP is jointly shared. As a result, major changes to CPP, including those that alter how benefits are calculated, require the approval of at least 7 Canadian provinces, representing at least 2/3 of the country's population. That's very interesting, Mr. Chair. I don't think I realized that before. And that's really important, you know, because we're all in this together. You know, this Canada Pension Plan is so important that the great minds that thought about it, that conceived of the legislation to create and give life to the Canada Pension Plan, they decided that it shouldn't be able to be changed unilaterally by, for example, a single minister, like we saw, for example, in Bill C-34.
Yeah.
Bill C-34 gives the minister alone the authority to approve a foreign investment without the need for cabinet oversight. And I have to say that certainly the people who drafted the CPP legislation, this provision tells me that they had wisdom, Mr. Chair. They understood that this was too big, that it would be too much power to place in the hands of any one person. So what did they do? They said any major changes to the CPP, including those to alter how benefits are calculated, requires the approval of at least 7 Canadian provinces, representing at least 2/3 of the country's population. That's a very high bar. Let's see, there's about 40 million people here. 2/3 is roughly about 28, 29, I don't know, what is 2/3 of 40 million? About 25 million?
We could ask the government, but they don't
Yeah.
like doing
No, the math. I know the math is hard, but it's it's about 26, 27 million people you would need. That's a very high bar across 7 provinces. So that's a very important provision of the Canada Pension Plan. Now, provinces can choose to opt out of the Canada Pension Plan, as Quebec did in 1965, but must offer a comparable plan to its residents. Any province may establish an additional supplementary plan any time. Under Section 94A of the Canada Constitution, pensions are a provincial responsibility. The CPP fund is a professionally managed investment fund and is overseen by the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board, the CPPIB as we know it, an independent organization that reports to the federal and provincial governments. The CPPIB investment strategy is guided by a set of principles that emphasize long-term benefits security, a focus on quality, and a commitment to sustainability and responsible investment practices. The CPPIB also regularly reports on its investment performance and activities and is subject to oversight by the federal and provincial governments. Now, as I said a little earlier, Mr. Chair, I'm getting over a bit of a cold, and I'm finding it a little difficult to talk without coughing, and I know I have to have some respect for the translators when I worry about the translators. Hello over there. How are you? Oh, they're waving back. Thank you very much. I want you to know I don't want to offend your ears because of my raspy cough, so I'm going to take a bit of a break and rest up. My colleagues who can speak more clearly will take up the microphone. I will relinquish the mic.
Well, thank you, MP Morantz. Yeah, our interpreters do a fabulous job, and we always want to protect them as much we can. And now I've got MP Lawrence on the, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, could you give us an update as to how long we have resources to? I hope it's a long time because I've got a lot of material to go through.
Well, I'm having some nice soup here,
It's
so I
delicious.
do understand it is, we do have resources for a long time.
A long time.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for your specificness.
Still trying to personally raise Canada's productivity.
You know what? That might be my election sign next campaign.
Although nobody's buying what you're selling.
Whoa. Heckles coming from the NDP there. But it's no surprise after 8 years as NDP Liberal government that there is frustration brewing.
Yes. I like them up.
Yeah. All right, so I want to start by because it was good for the chair to point out the last time I had the floor with respect to this motion that of course we should stay directly on topic, and so I just want to start here so that we can sort of get ahead of any kind of objections to the discussion I'm going to have. My colleague, actually, Mr. Morantz, pointed this out to me that in the first line of the amendment, or in the motion, it says, celebrates the Canada Pension Plan as a foundation of a secure and dignified retirement for tens of millions of Canadians. and a pillar of Canada's economy. So, of course, Conservatives agree, and we would encourage Albertans to stay in the CPP. But what I really want to point out there is a pillar of the Canada's economy. So right in the motion, there's talking about Canada's economy. And so that's what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk about the motion, specifically Canada's economy, as in the very writing, in the very text of this motion. In fact, the first line of that motion. So we couldn't get much more germane than talking about something deliberately put into the motion, I would suspect. So I'm going to start by talking a little bit about carbon tax math. So, of course, originally I had the great privilege of asking the Governor of the Bank of Canada what the inflationary impact of the carbon tax was. And I've repeated this like multiple times, but it just doesn't seem like those on the left can do math because they don't understand what the Governor of the Bank of Canada, who said it clearly over the last 2 years, and they still don't understand it. So what the Governor Macklem said, by the way, a Liberal appointee working for the Bank of Canada, hardly a right-wing partisan hack. He said that 0.6 of inflation, that's 60 basis points, that's a huge, massive amount of inflation, can be directly attributed to the carbon tax on fuel. That's not even comprehensive of all the economic impacts of the carbon tax. He said the direct impact is 0.6. So right now, inflation is at 3.8%. So if Prime Minister Trudeau were to get up and rise in the House of Commons today and say, we are introducing legislation to eliminate the carbon tax, I'm pretty sure that our party would agree to a unanimous consent to get it done. So we could remove it literally in one day. We would remove that 0.6, which equates to 16% of total inflation. Now, it should be pointed out that there's a small amount of inflation that is quote-unquote healthy inflation, and you certainly don't want to go into deflation. So we're at 2.0 is the target of the Bank of Canada. So that's quote-unquote healthy inflation. Everything above that is excessive, unhealthy, and that's what's contributing to your mortgage going up, your rent going up, your food costs going up. And so if you look at that 0.6, that's actually 33% of unhealthy inflation. 33%. So this is massive and massive. And so we hear lots of demagoguing and frustration, but this is just math. And so like reasonable minds can disagree on things, and I understand that, economic theories and other discussions as to how an economy should work. But on math, there should be no disagreement. And so, but despite this, and we can pull the Hansard, I heard numerous members of the NDP Liberal coalition, costly coalition, note that it was actually 0.15. Governor Macklem never said that. That what he said was that the increase in inflation was 0.15. What's more is that if you want to include the increase, we're actually going to be quadrupling, or if this government stays in power, God forbid, that they'll actually be quadrupling the carbon tax. So that means they'll have an inflationary impact of over 2% or over 200 basis points. So, and markets don't just price into things that happen right now. They're pricing in things in the future, and so the impact on that is absolutely dramatic. And actually, in addition to the inflationary impact, I was really looking forward today to hearing from the CFIB, because they've done great work on the impact of the carbon tax. And actually, right here from their submission, they're actually quoting from the Parliamentary Budget Officer once again, the budgetary watchdog appointed by who? Oh, the Liberals. Okay. So here and I read, for instance, a 2022 report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer showed that $170 per ton on carbon will reduce the real GDP in Canada by 1.3% by 2030, as well as a result in 2.3% reduction in labor income. That's 2% of labor income across the board there. That's hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars. A 3.6% decline in investment income. Other reports estimate a 1.8% reduction in GDP and almost 200,000 jobs lost nationally because of the carbon tax. They say we're facing climate change, and I've said it numerous times, and just so my Liberal members can hear me clearly, climate change is real. Climate change is real, and so I've said that consistently since I've been elected. But the other part that's real is that the carbon tax isn't impacting climate change. It is having as a country in the last 8 years, how many emissions reductions and targets have we hit? How many? How many out there? Well, you're right, 0. Not one. And actually, the Environment Commissioner was out just the other day and said, we're not on target to hit the 2030 targets. We're not going to hit our Paris Accord targets. The only time that there's ever been in the last 8 years any meaningful reduction in emissions was because of COVID. Other than that, this government's track record on emission reduction is bleak at best. And so the carbon tax is all pain and no gain. It is hurting our economy. And when we look at this, it's particularly if our economy was going gangbusters.
Yeah. We're going to suspend because just so that we can give our interpreters some time, and then we'll be back.
Yeah, our interpreters are doing a great job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
information, so we'll be looking to possibly be back for 3:30, and we're suspended till then.
It's just getting started.
Back, and so I was conferring with the clerk. We've had some technical challenges that we were dealing with, and so at this time we are going to adjourn, and we'll be coming back to this when we get back to Ottawa, and that will be on November 20th. We are adjourning to come back to this on November 20th. Members, good with that? Okay. We're adjourned.